Testing, 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 1, 2, 3, testing.
We'll start our board meeting in approximately 3 minutes.
Speak into the mic.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Yeah.
Testing, testing. Yeah, it's not great. Turn the mic up. Turn it up. Test, test, test.
Testing, testing, testing.
Still got no volume. No, no, no. But can everybody else hear us though?
All right, we'll start our board meeting in approximately 1 minute. Miss Meza? Miss Meza? Miss Meza? Testing, testing, testing. All right, thank you all for joining us. Can you all hear us in the back, okay? Can you hear us in the back, okay? I don't think they can hear. Can you guys say you can hear me? Can you thumbs up? Oh, some people. Can we turn up the mics just a little bit more so the folks in the back can hear us? All right, thank you all for joining. I would like to call our meeting to order at 4 p.m. and move into our announcements by Yvette.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized. Trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the table where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. Moving on to item 1.2, roll call.
President Stevens,
Present.
Vice President Colon,
Present.
Clerk Danair,
He'll be running a little late.
okay, Trustee Flores,
Absent.
Trustee Perez,
She's running a little late.
okay, Trustee Priest.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Trustee Silva.
My apologies, Trustee Silva.
Present.
Thank you, Trustee Silva.
All right, item 1.3, moment of silence for Miss Aretha Dixon, Food Service Assistant at El Dorado School, and that'll be by Vice President Colon.
Good evening. Today we remember and honor Miss Aretha Dixon, a dedicated employee of our school district. She joined us as a classified substitute on August 10th of 1999. She quickly earned a permanent role as a file clerk in the food services department on December 1st, 2001. Her commitment and hard work led her to become a food services assistant 1, a role she embraced with passion from August 1st, 2007 until her passing on May 6th, 2025. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice President Colon. Moving on to item 1.4, oral suggestions. Abby will announce the number of public comments and request each person provide their public comment in the order they were received, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
Trustees, we do not have any comment cards for item 1.4.
Thank you. Item 1.5, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Do we have any open cases to be heard?
We have one comment card on this item.
Okay.
Luis Barros?
Good evening, trustees. I emailed you earlier some information regarding a case you're considering in closed session. I just wanted to make sure that you received the documents, so I have printed them for you. I have 7 copies. They're all separated by paper clips. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrows. Item 1.6, the board will consider in closed session items listed in closed session by Vice President Colon.
Okay, good evening. 2.1, Public Employee Appointment, Certificated, Government Code Section 54957, Leave of Absence, Resignation, Retirement, Appointment. 2.2, Public Employee Appointment Classified, Government Code Section 54957, Resignation, Retirement, Rescind Employment Offer, Deceased, Appointment, Closed Positions. 2.3, Public Employee Appointment, Employment, Government Code Section 54957, Title, Associate Superintendent of Business and Operations. 2.4, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. 2.5, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation under subsections D2, and E3 of Government Code Section 54956.9, one potential case, claim number RSK 011425. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 1.7, the board will now recess to closed session. right, thank you all for joining us this evening. We would like to go ahead and move to item 3.1 and reconvene to public session, and Yvette will read the language under public content.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized. Trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum of chairs available per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the board meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the table where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner.
All right, thank you. Can you all hear us in the back? If you can hear us in the back, can you just thumbs up? Okay, there's a few people that can hear us. Okay, I see a couple of thumbs downs back there. Okay, we're trying to work on audio to make sure they can hear us. All right, can we try again to turn it up?
It might be the fans. We might have to turn off the fans.
All right, testing. Can you hear us now in the back? A lot better? Okay, getting better. Can we go up a little more? Okay. Okay, what about now? Sounding a lot better? All right. Can you all test your mics as well? Can we start with you, Trustee Perez? Testing. Trustee Silva?
Test.
Testing.
Testing.
All right, testing.
Hello.
Are we good to go in the back? Okay, sounds good. All right, we're going to move on to item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance, led by Dr. Susana Ramirez, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services. All rise. Item 4.2, action taken in closed session by Vice President Colon.
Good evening. Item 2.1, Public Employee Appointment, Certificated, Government Code Section 54957, Leave of Absence, Resignation, Retirement, Appointment. Board motion to accept, 4 with 1 no from Trustee Priest and 2 absent, Trustee Denaire and Trustee Flores. Item 2.2, Public Employee Appointment Classified, Government Code Section 54957, Resignation, Retirement, Rescind Employment Offer, deceased, appointment, closed positions. Board motion to approve, 5-0 with 2 absent, trustee Denier and trustee Flores. Item 2.3, public employee appointment, employment, Government Code Section 54957, title, Associate Superintendent of Business and Operations, no reportable action. Item number 2.4, public employee discipline dismissal release. Board motion to approve 1 substitute dismissal, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores. Board motion to approve 1 substitute dismissal, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores. Board motion to approve 1 electrician probationary release, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Board motion to approve 1 substitute dismissal, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Board motion to approve 1 substitute dismissal, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Board motion to approve 1 special education assistant probationary release, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores. Board motion to table 1 noon duty assistant, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Board motion to approve 1 campus safety assistant probationary release, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Board motion to approve 1 preschool assistant probationary release, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Okay, that's all for item 2.4. Item 2.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under subsections D2 and E3 of Government Code Section 54956.9, 1 potential case, claim number RSK 011425. Board motion to reject the claim, 6-0 with 1 absent, trustee Flores being absent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Colon. Item 4.3, order of agenda. Abby will read the oral announcement.
This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of the agenda. Otherwise, the order of the agenda will be as published.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the order of agenda.
Or is there a second?
I second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. All right, roll call vote.
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes?
Clerk Denier,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest,
Yes.
Trustee Silva, Trustee Silva.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Flores is absent. Motion passes 6-0.
Item 5.1, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding open session agenda items. Abby will announce the number of public comments and request each person provide their comment in the order they were received, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we received 15 comment cards for item 8.1, and we will address those comment cards during that item. Moving forward, we have 1 comment card for item 5.1 from Ms. Louise Barros regarding item 14.4.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Rodriguez. I wanted to give you a little background on this agenda item. Some time ago, members of CSEA 821 reported that roof access hatches throughout the district were in serious need of repair replacement, in addition to other safety concerns. And as you might imagine, like a broken roof hatch can really cause a lot of injury, whether it be an SUSD employee or an outside contractor. At first, they weren't listened to, but when our members came together and spoke up to demand repairs to these hatches, you can see that management has responded with addressing their concerns. And thanks to the workers who stood up for their right to a healthy and safe working environment, we are now seeing these repairs being given the priority they deserve. We also want to recognize and show appreciation for the hard work on the district's management side for making these repairs a reality. This is a step in the right direction, but I'll tell you, we have miles to go. CSEA and SUSD management are continuing to work together to correct unsafe conditions where they occur and to address the other safety concerns the members brought to management. This agenda item is the fruit of our collective effort to reach the shared goal of a safe and healthy working environment, an example of what happens when the voices of the workers are given the respect they deserve by those you entrust to manage our facilities. 821 members work so hard every day to make our schools safe and comfortable for our students, staff, and community alike. This is an example of the good that comes from management listening to the people. We urge you to approve the expense to repair these hatches for the betterment of not just our members, but our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, this concludes comment cards for item 5.1.
Item 5.2, oral suggestions and comments regarding community, from the community regarding non-agenda items. Abby will announce the number of non-agenda item public comments and request each person provide their comment in the order they were received, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
Trustees, we do not have any comment cards for item 5.2.
Thank you. Item 6.1, approval of consent items. Abby will read the oral announcement.
Does any trustee have any item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion. Thank you.
Any items members like to move to action? All right, hearing none, is there a motion for the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Danair,
Yes.
Trustee Flores is absent, Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest,
Yes.
Trustee Silva.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Item 8.1, public hearing and board action on written request for a material revised charter petition submitted by KIP Stockton K-12. Thus, I would now like to open the public hearing. We will now convene the public hearing on the material revision request submitted by KIP Stockton K-12. So on April 17, 2025, the Stockton Unified School District received a written request from KIP Stockton K-12 to materially revise its charter, 1, add new facilities location to house KIP's 9th grade student population beginning in the 25-26 school year, and 2, add a dual enrollment option for KIP's high school students to participate in college courses, and 3, add a new facility location to house its elementary program. After the district staff published its proposed findings of facts and recommendations on KIP's 3 material revision requests, KIP notified the district in writing that it was withdrawing 2 of its requests. KIP now only requests 2 authorizations to add a new facility to 2710 Colorado Avenue, which is a site that is adjacent to its current campus. Therefore, the public hearing and any action taken by the board this evening will be based solely on KIP's single request to materially revise its charter to include an additional facility location next to its current campus. The board will not consider or take action on the prior 2 material revision requests that KIP withdrew. As for procedure, the district staff and KIP representatives will each have 10 minutes to address the board and present or respond to any information on the material revised request. Following such presentations, the board will receive comments from its members and also from the public. Then the board will take the opportunity to ask questions, comments, and deliberate, and take action on the material revised request. First, I would like to call up Ty Pafford, who serves as the District Administrator's Specialty Programs and Advanced Learning. He'll be making his statement, and I would like to now call him up to the podium.
Good afternoon, President Stevens, Superintendent Rodriguez, board members, cabinet, and support staff. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak to you tonight. As you know, KIPP Stockton K-12 is an independent charter school that has been operating under the district's authorization since 2019. When the board initially approved KIPP's petition, KIPP indicated that it intended to gradually build out its grade levels over the charter to eventually serve students in elementary, middle, and high school. Currently, KIPP serves students in transitional kindergarten through first grade and 6th through 8th grade. For the 2025-6 school year, KIPP intends to expand its grade level offerings to include 2nd grade and 9th grade. The approved charter from 2019 includes a facilities description in which KIPP stated it intended to secure land within the Conway Homes Division of South Stockton to operate its charter school program, and KIPP expressed its commitment to serving students within the South Stockton community. To that end, KIPP secured facilities within this neighborhood at 742 Dallas Avenue and made various improvements to the site to house its program. In March 2025, KIPP informed the district that it had entered into a lease agreement with CSU Stanislaus to house its 9th grade student population for next year. The district informed KIPP, however, that the law does not allow a charter school to expand its operations to an additional site unless it first receives approval from the Chartering Authority's governing board to materially revise its charter. During those communications, KIPP also informed the district of its intention to expand operations to a site located at 2710 Colorado Avenue, which is a separate parcel adjacent to its current campus. The district told KIPP that it would need to request a material revision to its charter to add this site as well. On April 16, 2025, KIPP submitted a written request to materially revise its charter. The submission included 3 proposed material revisions, including 1, a request to add a new site located on CSU Stanislaus facilities. 2, a request to add dual enrollment option for KIPP high school students to participate in college courses. And 3, a request to add the 2710 Colorado Avenue site. On May 24th, 2025, the district published a staff report with its proposed finding of fact and recommendation on the 3 requested material revisions. The report included an analysis of KIPP's proposed changes and staff's recommendation to deny KIPP's request to add the site located on CSU Stanislaus facilities for the high school program, deny KIPP's request to add a dual enrollment program option, and 3, approve KIPP's request to add the 2710 Colorado Avenue site. Shortly thereafter, KIPP sent the district a letter objecting to the recommendation insofar as it proposed a denial of its request to add the high school site and dual program option. However, on June 4th, 2025, KIPP sent another letter to the district stating that it was formally withdrawing its request to add the high school site and the dual enrollment program option. Instead, KIPP expressed that it only intended to proceed with the request to add 2710 Colorado Avenue and shared that it would serve all offered grade levels at the site at the 742 Dallas Avenue site for the 2025 and 26 school year. Because the district staff report was published prior to receiving KIPP's notification that it was withdrawing 2 of the proposed material changes to its charter, the district did not revise its report. The draft resolution that is before the board only addresses the single material revision request that is now presented by KIPP to add the 2710 Colorado Avenue site, and the district board's action as part of this public hearing will be limited to only that request. Briefly, however, I would like to address a few key considerations related to KIPP's material revision request, which contributed to the district staff's recommendation included in the original staff report. First, there appears to be some misconceptions about this process and whether KIPP was required to submit a material revision request for approval by the district's board. KIPP has stated that the 2710 Colorado Avenue site is just an extension of the current site. However, this is not the case. While the property is adjacent to the current campus, it is a distinct legal parcel with a distinct physical address. Also, even though the district has a policy requiring the submission of a material revision request under specified circumstances, more importantly, this is a legal requirement under the Education Code, Section 47605A4. It is not the district's intent to create burdensome requirements tied to KIP's proposed expansion. Rather, its focus is to ensure compliance with the express provisions of the law, which require the district's board's approval of a material revision before a charter school expands its operation to one or more additional sites that are not identified in its approved charter. Second, the district's intent in recommending approval of KIP's expansion to 27 Colorado Avenue location is to honor the original 2019 charter approved by the board, which reflected KIP's intention to operate its charter program within the Conway Homes Division in South Stockton. Third, both the 742 Dallas Avenue and 2710 Colorado Avenue sites can fully accommodate KIP's build-out of its 2nd and 9th grade student populations when considering that KIP's total projected enrollment for the 2025-26 school year is approximately 50% of the projected enrollment for the same school year that was specified in the original approved charter. So despite the information that families may be hearing to the contrary, KIP will be able to accommodate its incoming 9th grade students next school year at its facilities within Conway Homes. Finally, the district identified several discrepancies in KIP's financial documents. As shared in the staff report, KIP's student enrollment trends have consistently demonstrated a pattern of under-enrollment in which KIP is now projecting to enroll approximately 50% of what was projected in the original approved charter. Specifically, KIP expects approximately 546 students to enroll, whereas the charter included a projection of 1,029 students for the next school year. Although the student enrollment numbers are down, KIP has still used revenue assumptions that are optimistic because the bulk of the charter school funding is dependent on student enrollment and average daily attendance. An overstatement of revenue puts the charter school at risk if such enrollment figures are not attained. As another example, there are several discrepancies between the updated budget that KIP included with its material revision requested as compared to its second interim financial report and the LCFF calculator submitted to the district and the San Joaquin County Office of Education. This includes large variances between reported revenues and expenditures. However, the net income in the updated budget is identical to the excess revenue reported in the second interim, even though there were significant adjustments to the line items in this budget. This gave the district staff the impression that numbers were reverse calculated to achieve predetermined financial outcome rather than reflecting a more conservative fiscal position that aligned with the second interim report LCFF calculator. KIP expressed in its letter with objections that the district should have sought clarification from KIP regarding these discrepancies. However, it is KIP's responsibility to be proactive and ensure the financial documentation it is submitting to support a request of this type is accurate and consistent. Therefore, the district strongly recommends that if the board approves the addition of this site, KIP provide a revised financial budget with assumptions, multi-year projections for the remainder of the charter term, and a written summary or plan detailing how it will meet its financial obligations related to the construction of the facilities at 2710 Colorado Avenue. This information can then be analyzed as part of the district's regular charter oversight process. Based on these considerations, district staff recommends that the board approve KIP's request to materially revise its charter to include the 2710 Colorado Avenue site to house its charter program. As previously mentioned, there is a proposed resolution included with this agenda item for the board's consideration that aligns with this staff's recommendation. District staff and legal counsel are available should you have any questions after all presentations and public comments. Thank you.
All right, I would now like to call up KIP to the podium to present.
Good evening, President Stevens, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, and district staff. As I shared at the public hearing on May 13th, my name is Laura Knight-Wheatley, and I'm the Managing Director of Schools for KIPP Stockton. I'm joined by our founding principal of KIPP Stockton High School, Michelle Marquez, and our founding principal of KIPP Stockton Elementary School, Myra Hattigi. After receiving the staff report, It became clear to us that the district believed that we had not given enough notice for them to properly vet our request. What we believed was a straightforward administrative change became an increasingly complex process, and we were at risk of straining our relationship with SUSD, a partnership that is very important to us. As such, we reevaluated our options for the high school next year, and after further diligence, determined that it was feasible to launch at the 2710 Colorado Avenue campus for 1 year, an option that will give the district more time to better understand our program, as Ty mentioned. We promptly withdrew our material revision request for the high school location and dual enrollment. And tonight, we are asking that this board approve, in line with the district's recommendation, our 2710 Colorado address adjacent to our current site in Conway. KIPP has consistently communicated its intention to identify and secure non-district facilities for our schools. At Conway Homes and University Park campus, we are able to meet the need for our elementary and middle school campus long-term, but not the high school after year 1. For over 3 years, we have conducted a thorough search for a high school location that is within the boundaries that we outlined in the K-12 charter that meets the needs for our high school long-term. This year's Prop 39 request was always intended to be a backup plan in case we were unable to secure an alternative location. We clearly communicated this in September before submitting our request, and then rescinded the request as soon as we had a formal intent letter with Stan State. Since our charter was approved in 2019, the district has regularly reviewed KIPP's extensive quarterly financial reports and not elevated any concerns. We were surprised by the staff's findings related to our financials and believe we are well positioned to fulfill our promises to families and the communities, and we want to spend the next several months working with SUSD so they understand KIPP has a long track record of prudent financial planning. Due to our strong financial position and performance, KIPP maintains an investment-grade BBB+ rating, credit rating, representing just 0.1% in the country. Over the past 15 years, across 22 schools, we have consistently received clean audits. We have secured the necessary fundraising to complete the build-out of our high school facilities and look forward to working with the district to ensure the board is confident in our financial position to support the remainder of our growth that was already approved. I will now turn it over to Michelle, who will speak about the high school.
Since our last hearing, we have continued to register ninth graders and are happy to report that we have 110 students excited to attend next year. Nearly all of our current eighth graders are choosing to continue at KIPP, with 87% of promoted students currently enrolled. This represents the highest high school continuation rate across all of our high schools in the region. And as we continue to grow our eighth grade cohorts, we know the number of matriculating students will continue to grow as well. KIPP's high schools have a distinct and proven educational model that focuses on advanced placement, strong intervention programs, college and career seminars, and opportunities for students to develop a post-secondary plan through elective offerings, internships, and career exposure. KIPP Stockton High School is not an early college program, nor do we specialize in one specific pathway like each of the district schools mentioned in the report. As such, we believe the high school will serve the interest of the entire community, a community desiring more options that effectively prepare students for choice-filled lives. In addition, our high school will continue to serve a diverse student population, one that closely mirrors that of SUSD overall, but is quite different from the district's early college programs. Specifically, we will continue to offer our specialized teaching program, or STP, that will serve our students with significant cognitive disabilities. We also expect to maintain an IEP rate similar to our two charters, which are 15% and 20%. For comparison, the schools mentioned in the district's report have an IEP rate below 5%. We are also building out a robust program for multilingual learners and will continue to serve this population well as they enter high school. Now, Myra will talk about the elementary school.
In August, we launched our TK4 on the middle school campus in Conway. Throughout the year, our families have watched with excitement as our new facilities was built across the street. They are especially thrilled to have 2 new playgrounds and appropriately sized bathrooms for TK and kindergarten students. If you know elementary, that is huge. Most importantly, this campus is a beautiful space where the elementary school will be long-term, and that stability will allow us to focus on our number 1 priority, students reading at grade level. We are off to a great start. This year, we implemented a strong research-based literacy program, and we are already seeing the results of DIBELS and SBAC. All of our teachers, except 1, are returning to KSES next year, and our school was in the top quartile nationally in KIPP's Instructional Culture Index, a teacher survey measuring instructional support. We know students thrive when teachers are thriving. Based on our most recent teacher survey, 75% of our teachers say they have the opportunity to provide input on key school decisions. 88% say the school is committed to improving teachers' instructional practice. And 75% say they see opportunities in advancement. We are excited for our students to return in August, and we look forward to meeting our new teachers and students as we continue to grow.
You will hear from the KIPP community in a bit, but first we wanted to share a short video highlighting a few of our 8th graders discussing what they are excited about with regard to their start in high school, assuming we don't have technical difficulties.
Can we play the video?
And if we do, you'll just hear from our families. You're back.
Hello, my name is Messiah.
My name is Aurora.
My name is Raven.
My name is Annie.
My name is Ian.
My name is Camila. My name is Saya.
And we're going to KIPP High School.
We like to get high school.
I'm going to be attending KIPP High School. I'm going to be attending.
I look forward to going to KIPP High School so I can get good grades and build a future career.
I want to meet new people and have experiences with KIPP like I'm currently doing.
I'm going to KIPP High School to prepare myself for college.
Another reason why I want to go there is because I think academics will be better.
Getting out of my comfort zone because I want to try new things.
The reason why I'm so confident in KIPP High School is because KIPP is notorious for their attentive teachers that really take the time to take care of the students and make sure that
Thank you for that. Thank you again for your time. We urge you to vote to approve our 2710 Colorado Avenue address to ensure we can continue to fulfill the promises we made to families when we launched our K-12 charter. Thank you very much. I will take questions, but you can tell me if I do that later.
Please do it later. We'll do your
Great.
questions later. Are there any questions at this moment? Not yet? Okay, we'll call on your
Thank you.
comments. You're welcome. So it looks like we have 15 comment cards. So we can go ahead and call up the 15.
Certainly. Just make note, the total time limit for public comment will be 20 minutes, and each speaker will be given 3 minutes for such comments. First comment card is from Ms. Shirley Pomarica.
Good evening, board members. My name is Shirley Pomarica. I live in Stockton, and I'm the proud mom of 2 students at KIPP, kindergarten and 6th grader. I'm here tonight because I want to speak from the heart about the difference KIPP has made in my family's life. One of my children has an IEP, And since joining KIP, he's received all the support he needs, not just academically, but emotionally and socially as well. The communication with teachers, staff, and even the after-school program team has been excellent. I always feel informed, involved, and support as a parent. Thanks to the partnership and the service he received, my son has been on the honor roll for the past 4 quarters. He was also reclassified from being an English learner, something we are proud of. This huge accomplishment that show what's possible when school truly sees and supports every child. KIP has been a blessing for our family, and I believe more family in our community should have access to this kind of opportunity. That's why I support KIP's plan, including the high school and the address update for KIP Stockton Elementary School. Please vote yes, so more students like mine can thrive and more families like mine can feel confident and hopeful about their children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Madison Aro.
Good evening, board members. My name is Madison Aro, and I'm going into 9th grade at KIP Stockton High School this fall. I've been at KIP for a while now, and I want to tell you a little bit about why it means so much to me. When I first came to KIP, I made friends really easily, and I'm still friends with them now. This makes me feel like a safe and happy place for me. One of the biggest things that helped me was having a teacher who really cared. She explained things so clearly, and it made me want to try harder. I could tell she believed in me, and that made a big difference. I was sad when one of my other teachers had to leave, not because he wanted to, but because of something with his credential. He was a good teacher, and I wish he could have stayed. I also have an IEP, and my IEP's teacher is amazing. She helps me with my speech and teaches me how to enunciate my words. She's really kind and patient, and she makes me feel like I can do anything. I'm excited to start high school at KIP, and I hope the board will support us so that me and other students like me can keep learning in a place that feels like home. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Anita Renteria.
Good evening, President Stevens, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez. My name is Anita Renteria, and I serve as a Community Support Manager for KIP Stockton. I want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a Stockton local, born and raised, and I am a proud mom and grandmother. I'm here to share more about the important work that I do. 2 years ago, KIP was awarded the California Community School Implementation Grant, which direct funds that I do every day, ensuring our students and families have access to the resources and support they need to thrive both inside and outside of the classroom. At KIP, I partner with school teams through our Coordination of Student Services team, or COST. Together, we identify and address barriers to learning by providing wraparound support, conducting home visits, and serving as a liaison between our schools and over 30 local community partner agencies. These partnerships help us connect families to everything from mental health services, housing, and food assistance. Since stepping into this role, I've supported over 150 families, each one of them adding to my caseload with the goal of not only resolving urgent needs, but of building long-term relationships rooted in trust and care. In addition to my work at KIP, I'm proud to be a participant in the local Stockton leadership through San Joaquin County Chamber of Commerce. This opportunity is helping me to grow as a leader and deepen the network of partnerships I can bring back to our students and our families. As we look ahead, I am committed to continuing this work with our 9th grade students, our elementary families, and across the entire KIP Stockton network. Thank you for the opportunity to serve this community and for the continued partnership and support with our students. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Yasmin Herrera.
Oops, sorry. Good evening, President, trustees, and Superintendent. My name is Yasmin Herrera, and I'm honored to speak with you tonight as both a KIPP alum and a current KIPP staff member at KIPP Stockton. I attended the KIPP Middle School and KIPP High School in San Lorenzo, and I can personally speak to the incredible impact that a KIPP High School experience, especially the KIPP Forward program, has had on my life. KIPP Forward is not just a college advising program, it is a full long-term support system that helps shape the path that I am on today. From the moment I stepped into 9th grade, I had access to personalized guidance that helped me explore my options for life after high school, and starting in 10th grade, I was part of a daily seminar class that prepared me not just for graduation, but for college, career, and adulthood. What makes KIPP different is how deeply they invest in each student's future. I received workshops on how to navigate college applications, financial aid, career coaching, and even guidance on building financial literacy and college savings. Even after I graduated, KIPP stood by me, and as a first-generation Latina college student, I often found myself having a hard time navigating college. Because I didn't have family or close mentors who experienced college before me, I leaned heavily on the guidance and support of my KIPP Forward advisor. I knew they were a phone call, email, or text away, and KIPP Forward was integral in helping me earn my bachelor's degree. Because of this model, KIPP students like me are graduating from college at 4 times the national rate for students from similar backgrounds. It worked for me and how I get to be part of bringing the same opportunity to students and families here in Stockton. I am so excited that KIPP Stockton High School will offer the same life-changing experience, and I know firsthand what a difference it makes. And I can't wait to see what it will mean for the students in this community. So thank you for your time and for your partnership in opening these doors for Stockton students.
Next comment card is from Jennifer Evans.
Good evening, board members. First thing, who here can agree a happy child is a successful child? I believe that is true. Secondly, my name is Jennifer Evans. I was born and raised in Stockton my whole life, and I'm a proud parent of 4 children, 2 of whom are already attending KIPP University Park Middle School. 2 will be joining soon. I'm here tonight because I truly believe KIPP has changed the course of my children's lives. Before KIPP, 2 of my children experienced severe bullying at their previous school. It got to the point to where they didn't feel safe to go to school at all. Of course, I had them go for the education. One of my children has an IEP, and he was struggling not academically, but emotionally. He couldn't focus. He was on edge. He worried about what might happen to him and also his brother. Since coming to KIPP, everything has changed. They are now honor roll students ranging from 3.13 GPA to 3.93 GPA. They are smiling again. They are learning again, and most importantly, they feel safe, not just because of the caring teachers and strong academics. It's also because of the thoughtful safety measures in place, like the AI security gate, which gives me a peace of mind. I advocate not just for my own children, but all of the children attending KIPP. Every child deserves a safe place to learn and grow, and every parent deserves the option for them to choose the school that works for their family. KIPP has given my children a second chance, and I want that for other families too.
I strongly support KIP's plan for the high school launch at Colorado Avenue and for the continued partnership with the district to bring high-quality education, which for my kids they have, to more students in Stockton. Please approve the KIP Stockton Elementary School address change and help ensure more students can thrive just like mine have. Thank you for your time and patience.
Next comment card is from Carla Rivera.
Good evening, President, Trustees, and Superintendent. My name is Carla Rivera, and I'm a proud paraeducator supporting KIP's Specialized Teaching Program, also known as STP, at our middle school here in Stockton. STP serves students with moderate to severe disabilities, many of whom have autism and are nonverbal. I spend my days working closely with my students to support their growth and meet them where they are. Based on the student skills, we make sure these students are integrated every day in lunch, PE, and even in Spanish class, learning social cues, practicing communications, and communicating with their peers. Even at graduation last week, we made the ceremony inclusive with silent clapping so that all of our students could feel celebrated. I've seen firsthand the incredible impact this program has. 2 of my graduating 8th graders are nonverbal, and their mother once thought that experiences like walking across the stage at graduation wouldn't be possible for them. But last week, we were able to make that dream a reality. We practiced every day through integrating them with Gen Ed, and they proudly were able to walk that stage with their classmates, something that their family is never going to forget. These moments are the reason why I do what I do. This fall, 4 8th graders in our middle school, STP, are moving to our high school, where we will continue to run a high-quality STP class. I'm excited to share that I will be going with them and working as a paraeducator at the high school. One of my students has already shared with me his excitement to try and get his high school diploma. He worked so hard in 8th grade, and I'm elated to continue working on his progress through high school. Thank you guys for all that you do and for supporting programs that truly change lives for Stockton students and families.
Next comment card is from Norma Tapia.
Hello and good evening, board members. My name is Norma Tapia. My daughter is Sofia Tapia, a student at KIP University Park Elementary, and she couldn't be happier. I'm here to ask for your help in getting KIP High School built here in Stockton for my daughter. Little background on our family. Sofia is the youngest of 3. My 2 oldest kids went to a total of 6 different schools, always looking for a safer, better school to meet their educational needs, because they were not being met. My oldest son just completed a 2nd year at UC Davis, and my second daughter has 1 more year to follow in his footsteps. At one point, I was driving 100 miles a day, my whole pregnancy with Sofia, and when she was a baby, till she couldn't take it anymore. Sorry. For kindergarten and 1st grade, I homeschooled Sofia because I didn't think there was any good options around. I took a chance on KIP for her 2nd grade year, and it was the best decision I could make. It being her 1st year in person, she was sick most of the year, but all of her teachers rallied around her and helped and supported her, and her grades increased all through the year. They didn't let her being sick all the time be an excuse for her to fall behind. She feels safe and comfortable with all her teachers and staff, and Sofia surpassed her doubles composite reading score at a 477, thanks to all these great teachers at this school. We finally have Now with KIPP, we finally have something different, something better. This is the first school year that one of my kids feels happy and safe. I no longer have to drive across cities or worry to move her. KIPP has given her the education she deserves. Please, I ask that you support the high school being built for Sophia. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for everything. Take care.
Next comment card is from Andrea Francis.
Good evening, President Stevens, trustees, Superintendent Rodriguez, and the entire Stockton Unified community. My name is Andrea Francis, and I am proud to serve as the principal at one of our KIPP Stockton middle schools, located in University Park. Before becoming a school leader, I spent years in the classroom as a teacher, specifically a special education teacher, which shaped so much of how I lead today. What I love most about KIPP is the intentional support that we provide for every single student, especially those with special needs. Our specialized teaching program, which you've heard about tonight, serves students with moderate to severe disabilities, and it has truly changed lives, not only for our students, but for our families and staff as well. This work is deeply personal to me, and I am proud to be part of a team that prioritizes equity and access for all learners. As we close out another school year, I want to sincerely thank this board for your continued partnership and leadership. Your ongoing support helps make it possible for KIPP students and all Stockton students to thrive. Congratulations on a successful completion of another year. We are grateful for all that you do. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Darlene Ramsey.
Good evening, board members. My name is Darlene Ramsey, and I'm a proud mother of Madison Arrow, who spoke earlier. I spoke at the last meeting during the public hearing, and I'm back tonight because this decision matters deeply to me and to so many other families who rely on KIPP. As I shared before, my daughter came to KIPP after facing bullying and academic struggles at her previous school. She also has a speech impediment, and it was difficult watching her confidence fade away. But everything changed once we found KIPP. She was finally in a school where she felt seen and supported. Her grades improved almost immediately, and with the right resources, including her IEP, she now has straight A's and is thriving socially and emotionally. KIPP has been a lifeline for our family, and as she prepares to enter high school, I'm here to make sure there are no disruptions in that growth. I came back tonight to urge you guys to vote yes. Yes to the address change for KIPP Stockton Elementary, and yes to keeping the path open for our KIPP High School. Delaying this would mean forcing students like my daughter out of an environment where they've found success. That's not only just unfair, it's harmful. Please do the right thing tonight and support KIPP, and our kids are counting on you. Thank you.
Folks, I just want to point out that there are 3 minutes and 47 seconds left on the timer, and we have 6 comment cards left. Next comment card is from Ingrid Escobar. Ms. Escobar is not present. Next comment card is from Bianca Harl. Next comment card is from Luis Barros.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez. I'm Louise Barros. I'm a labor relations representative with the California School Employees Association. I'm so sorry I didn't introduce myself. And we got all 3 CSEA chapters plus more in the house tonight. We want to tell you that every taxpayer dollar that is diverted to a privately managed independent charter is no longer available to help improve neighborhood public schools. So we ask that you take this, what you're going to do tonight, very seriously. It appears that KIPP has not provided essential financial documents to the district to show it can meet its financial commitments to expand to 2710 Colorado Avenue. I've heard at least 2 commenters say that it's an address change. It's not an address change. They're purchasing property. Like, it's a separate parcel. And KIPP chalked up opposition to the expansion as a result of a misconception. And so that is a misconception. It is not an address change. It's purchasing a new parcel, right? So we aren't misconceiving the situation. KIPP's statements about how 2710 is the same parcel is false. And this runs counter to its stated commitment of transparency to the SUSD community. KIPP projects rapid growth of its student population, even though enrollment's kind of trending downwards. So it leaves us wondering where are all these students going to come from. KIPP has lots of resources. It's not like a teeny tiny corporation. It's got a lot of money. And so that it's unable to supply the financial information required for you all to make that informed decision concerns CSEA and it concerns our members. And we believe that it's arrogance. They think they can get away with it, so they're trying it, right? CSEA urges the board to hold KIPP accountable to its promise to the district. Granting an expansion without knowing what we are committing to financially makes no sense. I'm presenting a petition to you that we began collecting signatures before KIPP announced that it no longer wanted to pursue the 2 items that were going to be considered. But I want you to show you that we are watching and we are paying attention to what this board authorizes. And we really thank you for listening to us tonight. Thank you very much.
Next comment card is from Bernadette Armenta.
Hello, trustees and Dr. Rodriguez. I'm Bernadette Armenta, the chapter president for CSEA Delta Valley 821. This is an SOS, Save Our Schools. KIPP has come here tonight to ask to build a new school, but according to your staff report, they have not provided accurate financial information on how they plan to remain fiscally solvent. We understand that they are pulling 2 items from their material revision. That's fine, but we are here to tell you that CSEA will remain vigilant in pushing back against independent charter schools expansion with SUSD. As the 821 president, I know my members have tremendous pride in our schools. We have great public schools, and we don't want to see public dollars go to privatizing our schools. We demand accountability from KIPP. They want public dollars. The very least they could do is apply accurate financial data to the district. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Katie McDonough.
My name is Katie McDonough, and I'm a labor rep with the California School Employees Association. I'm here this evening to speak regarding the KIPP material revision. While I may echo the sentiments of my colleagues and my union siblings, I believe it is critically important for the board to highlight and acknowledge that even though KIPP has withdrawn 2 of its proposed changes, this issue must remain on the district's radar. There is nothing preventing KIPP from resubmitting these requests in the future. KIPP's original proposal to duplicate existing SUSD services carried a potential financial impact of up to $3.1 million in lost ADA funding, a risk the district cannot afford to overlook. In addition, SUSD staff raised serious concerns.
Go ahead.
Okay. About the proposed food service budget. In KIPP's updated financial documents, there is no corresponding line item indicating revenue for the National School Lunch Program or the School Breakfast Program. This is extremely concerning, as charter schools are required to provide nutritionally adequate breakfast and lunch free of charge to any student requesting a meal during the school day. SUSD also questioned whether KIPP could meet its financial obligations if it fails to meet its enrollment targets. This shortfall could create a domino effect, jeopardizing KIPP's ability to cover its facility expenditures and maintain fiscal solvency. Lastly, it's important to remember that KIP failed to timely submit this material revision request. As a result, the district was deprived of its statutory right to thoroughly evaluate the proposed facility expansion, financial structure, budget forecast, and other critical components necessary to assess whether KIP has the capacity to undertake such a multi-million-dollar commitment. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to protect the students and the resources of Stockton Unified.
Was that the last card or just time?
Had one more card.
Let's go ahead and hear the last person.
Okay, last card is from Dr. Christopher Anderson.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you. So good evening, Superintendent Rodriguez, trustees, colleagues, and community members. I'm here to address the growing concerns SDA has with the KIP charter. Though I appreciate KIP withdrawing the two most contentious articles of their material revision, we still have concerns regarding the financial stability given the problems cited in their most recent financial statement. When I spoke last month, I pointed out that KIP intends to finance their expansion with ADA from increased enrollment, students they intend to pull away from Stockton Unified, which would cause financial hardship for our district. What adds to my concern is the fact that KIP has not been able to meet their enrollment goals, but yet continue to budget as if they will. Declining enrollment is a reality we all have to face, including KIP. If SUSD operated under similar assumptions, the district would be bankrupt. I recommend future decisions be made after KIP submits revised financials. Making decisions based on dreams only leads to nightmares. Thank you.
So thank you all for your comments. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the board for questions at this time. Do we have questions for either KIP or any Mr. Pafford? So can we talk about there seems to be kind of, Mr. Pafford, can you come on up? So just about what you were stating, so there was the ending of your statement, you talked about the financial requirements, kind of some things that you wanted to see or hear. What exactly were those
Sure.
things?
So as part of the regular and general oversight process for charter authorizers, we work with each charter to make sure that they meet certain standards, provide certain services, and part of that would be my job to make sure that I'm working with my fellow colleagues at KIP to ask for these documents to show that they're meeting these obligations. And so when I reach out during the year and work with them, then I will be working with our budget department and connecting the correct people to make sure that everything is provided and answers the questions of the district.
What does that time look like? Because I also heard that these concerns were not brought up previously. So what does that look like when you all get together to talk about what's missing and how to meet the obligations, or did you just not receive the info after it was requested?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
So for the oversight piece and the budget piece, that's separate from, I think, the timely concerns that are being spoke about when we were talking about asking for the material revision, because that was indicated much earlier than the year, and then when the revision was actually submitted. As far as the oversight process, there's a standard calendar and process that we normally follow, where we work with schools to get their documents in by no later than January so that we can do our reviews and then ask questions and visits. It doesn't necessarily have to follow that specific schedule, and we can definitely work with KIP or any charter to ask for those documents earlier, especially through budget when they're asking for budget projections and second revisions and things like that bring up some of these questions that we have.
Trustee Priest?
There was brought up that there was a confusion on our behalf for SUSD. Can you speak to a little bit about that and let us know if there actually was a confusion?
Confusion specifically?
Kip mentioned that there was confusion on our behalf, which is why the first two needed to be revoked or not brought to us to vote on. Can you talk a little bit about that? If there was
I'm a little
actual
unclear
confusion?
what you're saying the confusion's about. I'm not quite sure.
The first two items, they said that there was a confusion on our behalf.
I'm not sure what that confusion would be. And they asked for some specific revisions to the charter regarding the Stanislaus State facility and the addition of dual enrollment. And then when we did our due diligence and staff report, we found that there were some issues with how the timing of the leasing agreement after the Prop 39 request. We found that with dual enrollment, that may be something that duplicated something we already offered, but then that's something moving forward that we can ask for more clarity on in the same way it would be for financial.
Did you want to speak to, yeah, did you want to?
Sure.
I think where we found there was confusion was generally in some inaccuracies in the staff report that we wanted to clarify. For example, Ty spoke about what grades we were currently offering. We're currently offering at Conway TK through 8th grade this year, and I think they are in the staff report, it said something about TK through 1st grade and then 6th through 8th grade. And so there were just some inconsistencies in the staff report that we found to be potentially like we hadn't been clear enough on our current program, including things like our financials. So we want to make sure that we're able to clear up any misconceptions that might be out there about KIPP and our program and our build out and our charter so that you all can make an informed decision. So that was the purpose of that.
Any other questions? Oh, I did have one. There was concern about the enrollment goal. I guess in the budget report, I guess it was a little over 1,000, but I think it was stated it came in at 50% at 546. What is the actual projected enrollment and what does that look like?
So I think what was in the staff report is our original projections in the charter in 2019. This was pre-pandemic 2019. And we made some adjustments to our enrollment growth. So every year we go through projections on enrollment, and every year we look at how well we did toward our enrollment projections. So this year, Conway, the middle school, was able to meet its enrollment projections for that year. So what the district staff report was doing was comparing what we had in our original charter, and again, we shifted some of our enrollment patterns to meet the need post-pandemic and to meet the need for our facilities. So we made a decision to house our elementary school on our middle school campus, which essentially limited the amount of cohorts we could offer that year while we were co-locating. So this isn't unusual for charters. We make adjustments all the time to our enrollment. Where we end up in a financial situation if our enrollment projections for that budgeted year end up much lower than what we expected. And I'm happy to report since the pandemic, we have increased our budgeted enrollment to actuals every year from in the pandemic, a very rough year, we were at 49%. And last year, across all of our sites, we were at 97% of our budgeted enrollment.
And then just to speak to the parcel of property, so do you not currently own the parcel of property?
Corey can speak to this more specifically. This is our CFO. We lease that property and have built the facilities on that property. So if you want to speak any.
Sure. Hi, trustees. My name is Corey Vastola. I'm the Chief Financial and Operating Officer at KIPP Public Schools, Northern California. Yes, we have a ground lease that covers both parcels of property, so we have the ability to construct and operate our sites, our school for Stockton K through 12 at Conway Homes.
You're not purchasing an additional parcel of property or purchasing that parcel of property?
No, we are not.
Any other questions, trustees? No? All right, seeing none, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
right, so we would now like to vote on, make a motion for this item according to the resolution number 24-92. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denaire?
Yes.
Trustee Flores is absent. Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
No.
Trustee Silva?
He stepped out.
Motion passes 4 with Trustee Flores absent, Trustee Silva also absent, and Trustee Priest voting no.
All right, so motion carried. Item 8.1. All right, moving on to item, I'll give you guys a second to dismiss before we move on. All right, we want to move on to item 8.2, notice of public hearing on proposed 25-26 budget for all funds. I would like to open public hearing and call on staff report. Mr. Gutierrez, I would like to call you up to the podium.
Good evening, trustees, President Stevens, Vice President Colon, Dr. Rodriguez, and trustees. My name is Willie Gutierrez, Director of Fiscal Services. I'll be presenting the 25-26 budget. And let me see if I can get this to work. Okay. So one of the things that we, as we work through the budget development process, we look at a lot of different factors. One of the factors and information that we use is actually the governor's may revise. In a lot of the information that we use really comes from there. We use the school services may revision information to be able to do that. And one of the first slides that we want to share with you today as we start this presentation is some of the risks to the economy. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to bring to your attention at least 3 of the risks that we believe are important to note. One of the items of risk is the stock market volatility. Really, the market is changing, so we want to make sure that we are aware that that's happening. The second thing is the anticipated cuts to federal programs is just an anticipation, just a concern. And also, the big three taxes revenues are projected to be lower in the next 3 years. So we want to make sure that we're cautious as we look at the next 3 years. And school services did a good job calling that out. And we wanted to make sure that we also put it in our budget presentation. So one of the other risks that we have to keep in mind as we go through this is the element of risk and caution having to do with declining enrollment. One of the things that we do in our budget development process is to review the enrollment history and also use that history to be able to project the next 3 years. One of the items that we consider as we did the analysis is that for 25-26 we looked at about 30,000 in enrollment. The next 2 years it declines 20,900, 20,200. From year to year, the first year is 740 decline, the second year is 721 decline. And the decline in enrollment is not only in our school district, as you may be aware, but also statewide. So as we look at the budget, we want to make sure that we consider this as a risk and just be cautious as we move forward. The next slide is also May revision, and I'm not going to go through all of those numbers, but I do want to point out a few things. One of the things is that this slide is actually looking at 3 years. It's looking at 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26. And what this slide is trying to do is it's trying to look at the big three. He's also looking at the Proposition 98, and he's trying to show over the 3 years what is the effect. Is there an increase in these two funding sources, or is there a decrease? So for the big three, which the big three are the personal income tax, the corporate tax, and also the sales and use tax. So what school services pointed out is that for this big three, there's a 4.8 billion decrease or lower over the next 3 years. And then also for Prop 98, the minimum guarantee, there's a 4.6 billion also decrease over the next 3 years. And so then as we project and look, we have to be also cautious looking at this projection. So the next slide is, now that we have all this information from school services and us looking at different types of other information and analysis, then we brought this information together, right, and to be able to come up with some assumptions. So the first assumption that we looked at is the COLA. What does the COLA look like in the next 3 years? And the COLA actually for 25-26 is at 2.30%. For 26-27 is for 3.02, and for 27-28 is at 3.42. So there is a slight increase in COLA, but there are other factors that we consider in our assumptions. One of them is actually the full implementation of TK, which translates to increase in staffing and some costs. We also looked at property liability and workers' comp premiums that are also increasing. We also looked at, we just talked about declining enrollment as one of the factors, but we also looked at possible reduction in federal funding. The other items that we considered is increased cost of utilities and supplies. So as we looked at all these pieces, then we can make the statement that across the next few years, there's less revenues, but more rising costs. Right, so as we look at these, we want to just make sure that we look at these pieces and consider the less revenues, but also rising costs. So as we look at all these factors, what does the budget look like? And the next slide, we present the 25-26 multi-year projection, and what does that budget look like across the next 3 years? The first item that I'd like to bring to your attention is the revenues. So the projection is at 498 million, and the expenditures look to be 393 million. We also have some contributions of 102, which I'll talk about in the next slide. That leaves a net balance, or net revenue. It's a net balance of 14 million, and that's for fiscal year 25-26. For the next couple of years, you can see that the revenues are at 501 for 26-27, and for the expenditures for that year is 386. The net balance is 13 million. And for the next year, 27-28 revenues is $502,397 expenditures, and in 103 contributions, and a net balance of 1.5. What I wanted to just point out is for fiscal year 25-26, to be able to balance the budget, we had to bring in reserves from Fund 17. We did a transfer in, and that's what the 12 million is that you see as other financing. That helps our ending fund balance, and as you can see across the 3 years, it's actually increasing by a bit. Ending fund balance at 25-26 was 149 million. 26-27, 162 million, and 27-28, 163 million. So the next slide is showing you the contributions. So you saw for the 25-26 year contributions of 102. What makes up the 102? 3 items. The first is the ROTC contribution at 300,000. The next one is special education, increasing costs there, so we had to contribute for that, 81 million. For the routine repair and maintenance, a 3% calculation is 21 million, and that's the total of $102 million contribution. So one of the things that I mentioned a few seconds ago, it was about our reserves and how important it is nowadays to ensure that we have good reserves. Back in 2022, our district actually did a resolution to ensure that we had additional reserves in our for our Fund 1. And that resolution was to commit $56 million in the budget every year. This was kind of our rainy fund for our district, and we have been doing that commitment every year. And this is to help special education costs, supplies, services, cost of inflation, wage impact, etc. This is again our rainy fund, and it's important that we have this resolution. The next one is every district in California is required to have a certain reserve. Our reserve is at 3%. Our district has in 2024 actually had a resolution to increase a 5% to 8%, and we have been doing that every year. However, we realized that that percentage does make a big change, and so we wanted to ensure that in next years we actually have a flat amount of 30 million to ensure that that all the other costs are actually covered, and then we have a better fund reserve fund. And this is again to ensure that the district remains fiscally solvent and that we are prudent as we go forward. The resolution for the 30 million, we're planning to bring that in the next board meeting. So as we go through the presentation here, we get to the certification part of it. There's actually 3 types of certifications when we do the budget. The first one is the positive certification. The district is projected to meet its obligation in 3 years. That's what that positive means. The qualified is the district may not meet its obligations in the current and or subsequent 2 years. And then the negative is the district will not meet its obligations in the current or subsequent 2 years. The district is requesting at this time the board approve 25-26 budget with a positive certification. And at this time, I just want to thank our team, budget team that worked hard to bring this information to you. And they worked long hours and committed a lot of time to be able to provide this for our district. So I want to thank them for that. And thank you, and I'm not sure if you have any questions.
All right. Actually, we're going to go to any public testimony at this moment.
Okay.
All right, hearing none, I would like now to open it up for comments and questions from the board. So I do, but when we look at the ending balance, how much of this includes one-time funding? Or is there any one-time funding in the end balance?
In the balance, there's no more one-time funding, no.
None? Okay.
No.
However, just to note, the resolutions in itself is considered now one-time fundings, because if we were to use the resolutions, we would not replace that. And so just to make that note, basically the 80 million in resolution funding would not be replaced if we wound up using it.
And then slide number 9 regarding the 21 million for routine repair and maintenance. Is that for buildings and structures, automobiles? What are we repairing and maintaining?
So normally, the 3% is to ensure that the normal maintenance of the buildings are set, and so that's what this is for. Is for that specific type of maintenance to ensure that our facilities are in good working order, and that that money is used for that.
You want to chime in? Yeah, go ahead.
So during really challenging fiscal times, you may remember that you did not see routine maintenance as part of the budget. For a while, school districts were no longer required to include that in the budget, and now it is again a requirement. So it's a percentage, but just to note that for many years, as we were going through challenging fiscal times, I'm talking about the state as a whole, school districts, including Stockton Unified, didn't have that within their budget.
Thank you, and I think those are the questions I have. Any other questions from the team? Nope. All right. Hearing none, I would now like to close our public hearing. Thank you so much, Willie.
Thank you.
All right, item 8.3, notice of public hearing authorizing expenditures for the Education Protection EAP for the fiscal year 25-26, according to Article 13, Section 36 of the California Constitution. I would now like to open the public hearing. And is there a staff report? Is that you again, Willie? Nope, not Willie, okay. No staff report? All right, seeing no staff report, is there a public testimony? All right, any comments from the trustees? All right, I would like to close the public hearing. Item 8.4, review of the 25-26 annual services plan and annual budget plan, local plan for the Stockton City Unified School District, special education, local plan area SOPA. I would like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Reeves to the podium.
So good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent, and Madam President. I'm Stephanie Reeves. I'm the Executive Director of Special Ed, and tonight I'm here with my two colleagues. I'm going to introduce them. Gina Ming, she's an Administrator for Special Ed, and Melissa Doherty is a Program Specialist also for Special Ed. And they are two gurus in our department, and I wanted to celebrate them and let them join and be painful up here and nervous all together so we can suffer through this. But we're excited to be here, so thank you. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and talk about our local plan. And you can be clicker.
Yep.
So the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the federal law, requires us to report out as a local plan all of the services that we provide for Stockton Unified School District to ensure equal opportunities for our kids to learn alongside of all of their peers, and that's super important. And as part of that, we ensure and we want to describe in the local plan in detail the continuum of services that we're super proud that we serve and provide for all of our kids as a single SELPA district. With that said, we write a very in-depth plan that you have, and we submit that to California Department of Education. It's due on June 30th. It requires a great deal of feedback from stakeholders, from CAC members, from parents, families, staff, and then certainly the board to approve, and it goes through the County Office of Education also to review. And along with that, again, we are a single SELPA district, so that allows us to take a look at how we fund all of the services we provide and how we're responsible for providing those services. What is the local plan? Again, it makes sure that we are being accountable for everything we provide to our students, that we're following all of the regulations, that we are describing what roles and responsibilities all of us have together, policies, procedures, and then certainly the coordination of all kinds of services across all of our schools.
Okay, so then I'm going to share about who develops the local plan. And of course, we develop the local plan collectively by our SELPA leadership and our school district administrators, our special education staff, of course, our general education staff, and our parents through our CAC committee and also other forums and our community stakeholders. And Stephanie had shared before, and it must be approved by the school board and the County Board of Education. And then along with this comprehensive report, it also comes in, of course, sections, and I get to share the types of sections. So the section is, of course, A, where we have the contacts and the certifications, and then we have section B, where our governance and administrative structure lives, our annual budget plan and our annual service plan, and then, of course, our lovely attachments where our policies live, our assurances, and then our interagency agreements. Along with that, so our section A basically lists our SELPA contact information. And again, Stephanie had mentioned we're a single district SELPA, so we have our information there. And then, of course, the signatures by our superintendent and our SELPA director. And then in section D, Steph's going to go over the budget a little bit more detailed, identifying the funding sources, and then how our resources support our students and our services with our staff. And then Gina's going to go over more detail about the annual service plan, making sure that we show equitable access for all of our eligible students in Stockton Unified. This is a more recent posting as far as the local plan goes from CDE, rolled out, and I want to say July of 2020. Along with that, it came about with making sure that there was transparency, that our local plan be posted at our website, also allowing opportunity for more involvement for our parents, and also showcasing for our services being shown here at our district. And then, of course, Section B is not going to be reviewed at this time. It's not our 3-year review. It's not our triennial year. So we'll do that next year. Gina? Steph?
So the budget plan. What I want to remark too on this is the special ed funding and budget can be very complex. So I want to celebrate and do a shout out to Willie and his department, because we work very collaboratively with them as experts around funding and business services. We meet weekly. We make sure that we are following all kinds of guidelines and requirements for grants and funding, and make sure that we are reporting accurate expenditures and justifications for this. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because without their expertise, I think we'd be a little lost. So thank you, Willie. So again, within the local plan, you can see that we'll go ahead and go over kind of some of the buckets. And the local plan spells out again all of the expenditures, what we receive, how we allocate, et cetera. Here are some of the major funding sources. Again, it's federal funding, and a lot of that is made up of our grants that I just spoke about and the requirements for really being on top of that, because if we're not, it really can impact us receiving those funds or not. State funding is the big bucket in the 602. Certainly educationally mental health related money and services for kids, and then local contribution, and also Willie spoke to that about how we can encroach. Here's a snapshot of one of the budget sheets. It can show you some of the certificated salaries, the benefits, et cetera. It's a major portion of our expenditures for special ed. In your packet or the attachment itself, it lists much more in detail. And again, Willie's department, Rebecca Sanchez, helps us fill this out. And with that said, Gina.
So for all of us, this is really the heart of this local service plan. We're talking about the services that are provided for our children within the district. So as Stephanie and Missy both spoke on, we want to make sure that we're able to provide our students to be able to be in classes and be exposed to that general education with their peers to the best of their abilities and our abilities. So we want to make sure that we are doing that here within our district, and that we are providing them the services, related services that speak to their unique and individual needs. The annual service plan and related attachments of the SELPA local plan includes, so this is in there for you guys, the description of the services that we provide here, the nature of those services, and where the physical location at which those services will be provided. So this is just one of the examples. So this is showing you the specialized academic instruction, which is what our students who are on IEPs are afforded. So that is just one service that we provide here in the district for our students on IEPs. I want to talk a little bit about some trending needs that we're seeing to the service plan. We are providing teletherapy for speech services right now. That is one of the ways that we are meeting some unusual circumstances, that there is a staffing shortage, for example, right now of speech language pathologists, or an emergency condition which warrants its use. The American Speech Language Hearing Association notes its formal definitions of telepractice. That section is titled School Setting Considerations. Schools are currently the most common setting in which that telepractice service are delivered. This is due to the number, again, including factors including shortages of clinicians in some school districts, and the distances between schools in rural areas and opportunities to offer greater specialization within that district. I know this is very difficult to read, but it is included in our presentation. This is all of the services that we offer here in Stockton Unified School District. Adapted physical education, physical therapy, OT, specialized academic instruction, which I already spoke about, our ERMs, which is our education-related mental health services. That's just a snapshot, but that grid up there encompasses all the services that we provide for the district. Thank you.
Any questions? Or you can tell us to sit down. We're good with that, too.
Jessamine, there's been concerns about teletherapy. Can you speak to how it's working? What does that look like? Will we continue to move forward? And how are you gauging the success for students?
When we started this, there was widespread, I think, with anything new, angst, if you will. What is kind of the best practice? So best practice is always in person. So as we hire virtual teletherapists, for instance, as soon as we continue our onboarding and recruiting constantly. As soon as we're able to hire in person, then we release the contractors. So I want to make sure there's a point of that. Preference is in person always for kids. While it's been difficult and has presented some challenges as far as access to kids and their ability to be independent and actually kind of interact virtually, we have found over the year with the supports of having people help them access the technology, some of our principals have given us feedback since then that it's been very valuable and has worked well in many situations. But again, it's not our priority, and we will constantly continue to recruit for live in-person SLPs belonging to SUSD.
All right, any other questions? Go ahead.
I have a question around equity and identification. Are we regularly auditing or identifying data to ensure that our students, especially students of color, our MLL learners, our foster youth, are not being disproportionately identified and placed into SPED?
Yes, so there's a huge emphasis with our SIM, is what we call it, work, so that we are disrupting patterns of over-identifying students. And so we are very aware of that work. Specifically, in the past, we've over-identified students of color for OHI and ED, emotionally disturbance. So we have major buckets of work that we are doing to establish root cause and analysis, and really implementing. Once we have found the root cause, we're trying to implement interventions, strategies, supports to disrupt that pattern so we can avoid that.
And then I have a question around our student progress monitoring. How are we currently ensuring that our students in SPED are making that academic or behavioral progress?
So we get what I like to call as a special ed report each year from the state. And so they report out on each one of our indicators, including things like least restrictive environment. Are we including the kids in the classrooms as much as possible? How are we measuring in ELA, math, et cetera, all of the academics? So the answer is yes, we get regular reports. We have put a large emphasis on the IEP, a lot of training and coaching and PD. Do we have room to grow and continue that? 100% yes. We feel like we're making strides. We have really made a lot of progress reporting out, and I thank Casey, Mr. Klappenbach, for allowing us spots at the principals' meeting and tables so we can celebrate with them when they're helping us with that progress, holding IEPs, holding the kids and everybody accountable for really ensuring that we're having a unique, individualized IEP for every student to continue to make progress.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, we would like to close our public hearing. And then we also need a motion for item 8.4. Is there a motion to move forward?
Motion to approve.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Flores is absent. I will no longer call her name. Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Trustee Silva?
Absent?
Trustee Silva is absent. I will no longer call his name. Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva absent.
Thank you, ladies, so much. All right, moving on to item 8.5, notice of public hearing for the 24 through 27 Local Control Accountability Plan, also known as LCAP, and the 24-25 annual update for the Stockton Unified School District. I would now like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Tiffany Ashworth to the podium.
Good evening. President Stevens, Vice President Colon, Clerk Donaire, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, staff, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to present the District's 25-26 LCAP annual update for the 24-27 Local Control Accountability Plan. So just a quick overview of what the LCAP is. It is a 3-year plan. It is updated annually. And the annual update reviews our goals, our actions, our estimated costs, and the data that we look at as to what is working and what is not for our actions. It is also a district-level plan. The LCAP is inclusive of 6 sections, and I will go into more detail with that. Currently, we are in the last stage of our LCAP life cycle. It is cyclical and it is overlapping, but for the current year of 24-25, we are in that last phase, and which is also meaning that we are starting our 25-26 update. So what's ahead is on June 24th, we are going to be presenting the plan for adoption by you. In addition, we are anticipating favorable approval from our County Office of Education in September 2025. So our LCAP sections and elements, as I mentioned, we have 6 sections. I'm going to go over those just briefly. Our first section is our budget overview for parents. That is a fiscal overview that ties our district's budget and the expenditures and numbers identified within the LCAP. We have a plan summary that is focused on 3 areas. Includes our general demographic information. We have a reflections of our annual performance.
We have had many successes that we could see within our 23-24 California School Dashboard. There is one area that we did identify as a challenge. However, we are seeing promising progress for these positive results in the next year for our English Learner Progress Indicator. So although it may say it's a challenge, we are still making progress. It's just we're going by prior year data, and that is just the nature of the beast for this plan. Additionally, it includes our reflections of our technical assistance, which identifies the student groups for our differentiated assistance, and then also for our differentiated technical assistance. We have some bonus LCAP content that we are now referencing based on new legislation. And that is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funding. We are now having to identify publicly those needs, also provide a summary of our needs assessment, and also the alignment within our actions of this LREBG funding. Another section that we have is our educational partners. So throughout the year, we have been engaging in our education, our LCAP engagement sessions, and I sincerely thank you so much, not only from the board from being present, to our superintendent, to our staff, and then our parents, families, and students. Our LCAP goals, we still have our 8 goals. Our goals are, I categorize them into 3 different sections, or actually 2 sections. One is goal 1 through 6, and that is based on the funding of LCFF, which is Local Control Funding Formula, base, and supplemental concentration. We also have last year that we were required to include our equity multiplier funded schools that were identified, and those are included in goal 7, which is focusing on our elementary schools, and then goal 8, which is our high schools. Throughout our goals 1, 2, and 4, we have incorporated the LREBG activities within certain actions. I would like to also note that we did have a slight change with our goal 2, the short title, which is previously centering around the whole child. We further clarified and expanded to include whole family and whole community. So it really is that whole child, whole family, and whole community approach. For our LCAP actions and elements, the goal requires for us to analyze. And within that analysis, we have 4 prompts where we are taking a review of how we implemented our actions, any type of material differences based on what we anticipated for expenditure and what actually occurred, or estimated actually occurred, and then a level of effectiveness based on data, and then we report and identify the changes. So the changes are going to be a little bit more detailed that I will present in just a few moments. Our actions regarding the summary, I have simply listed each of our goals with all of our actions. So we do have quite a few actions that we provide supports and projects, and those are extremely supported and important based on our staff leads that help to implement and make sure that our kiddos are achieving and we're improving their outcome. So the next section is the increased or improved services. Over the year, this has expanded and increased in significance. It's allowing for us now to, basically it's sort of our needs assessment that identifies the need for why we have actions and why we are providing supports. So under our increase or improve section, we have 42 key actions and services, and then it's based on certain criteria, meaning that the action that has to be funded by LCFF supplemental concentration. It is also supporting our unduplicated pupils, which is our low-income students, our English learners, and foster youth.
and it clearly identifies a need. And the need has to be based on at least one California school dashboard metric. The last section that we have is our LCAP summary tables, and this is a at-a-glance view of our financial landscape within the LCAP. All right, so prompt 4, as I mentioned, is relating to our LCAP changes. We have had an opportunity throughout the year to hear the voice of our family community and even staff. And so the LCAP adjustments that we have are being reflected. I'm just going to briefly summarize each one. So for goal 1, we're looking at changing a component from 1.1 and moving it to where it most appropriately should be sitting is in 1.2, and that is related to the career exploration software and programs. We have also added learning recovery emergency block grant references to actions 1.4, 1.6, 1.7, 1.12, and 1.13. And then just in general, we did provide a revision of our action description to provide more clarity. Goal 2 is our largest, and as I mentioned before, we had an update to our LCAP short title for the goal, and that is now reading centering around the whole child, whole family, and whole community. It also identifies that we have added the inclusion of Saturday school to action 2.11. We are adding the learning recovery emergency block grant to action 2.14. And then we have revised the action descriptions to improve clarity. So because this is such a large goal, we do have it on slide 2. And we have revised the action title for action 2.16. And again, the learning and recovery emergency block grant was added to 2.22. For goal 3, we were able to review, we actually met with our extended cabinet, and one of the feedback really touched our goal 3, which allowed for us to be very specific in the student activities, clubs, and job-based skill experiences, and that was to our action 3.1. We also revised action 3.3 to better reflect the arts programming and opportunities that are currently provided. Goal 4. This is looking at adding our learning recovery emergency block grant reference to action 4.1. And then for 4.4, providing clarity for parent advisory groups that are receiving or providing supports and within our district. Goal 5, these changes, we've replaced action titles for 5.2 and 5.3, and then we did revise descriptions based on current actions and implementation for the clarity of our educational partners. And goal 6, we actually have 2 slides for this one. We revised action titles to accurately reflect what it is for the district. And then also we have updated our description narratives to better correlate or align with our district activities, procedures, and practices. So here's the continued. The other item that we did look at was action 6.5. That activity has been merged with 6.8 we looked at, and it's being merged with 6.5. So for goals 7 and 8, with the equity multiplier funds, these are new fund reviews for identified eligibility every year. So the way then and the direction that we were provided is that prior year identified schools no longer need to be identified, and so they are removed, and we're starting new with the new year funds. So that's what we have done, is we have removed the goal or action 7.1, 2, 3, and 4 that were associated with prior year equity multiplier schools. And then we have 6 elementary schools that are meeting identified criteria for equity multiplier, and they are being referenced here. For high school, which is our goal 8, the same activity occurred, and it's our 3 high schools. We are working diligently with our school sites that were identified. They are identifying specific strategies, and we're working with our business services to ensure that they are able to work and expend those funds to show improvement and access to services. So I'm at the end of my presentation, and I just want to encourage you all to continue to share your voice. Your experiences, thoughts, and feedback changes over the course of the year, and we look forward to always capturing your voice.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ashworth. I
Thank
would like
you.
to open it up for public testimony. Do we have any? All right, seeing none. Comments from the trustees? Trustee Priest?
Can you explain how the district is reporting our LCAP spending to our stakeholders and to the public in a way that is accessible, transparent, and builds community trust with our stakeholders?
So I would like to ask for Willie to come and join me and be able to support that response.
So I'll start, and then Willie can pitch in. So a couple of things. One, and it's what all school districts do now, but we do have the parent budget summary, which is a new component of the LCAP that came on probably 3 years ago or so. And so that is intended to be able to show that. Second, now that we have ESCAPE, we have something called a DEX code. And basically what that is that allows us to identify each and every expenditure and link it to a goal. So that is something that is new for us, and we just began using it. And so it was something when we did the mid-year report, we found that we weren't really using that DEX code as we should have. And so then we promptly made some changes to that. Because, for instance, we said we had only spent $4,000 on a goal that obviously goal 6, we had spent much more than that. So in the future, what we're going to be able to do is, as we're having the sessions, and I think we did a good, so what they did is they did a deep data dive into this past year. We did a deep data dive into each one of the goals, and we looked at what was the expected expenditures. So I think as we're repeating that this upcoming year, we'll be able to not only be looking at those goals and action steps, but also aligning to the expenditures through the DEX codes. So we did part of it this year, and I think Tiffany did a really great job. She almost made me go to the grave because of how many meetings we had. But we literally, they did a deep data dive on each and every goal. And I think for the first time, really, especially for those parents that went to all of them or a majority of them that was important to them, they not only learned the goals, but they actually learned the action steps. And she taught them for the first time really ever how to read that 300-page document that really is a challenge to read. But so I feel really confident that, especially as we're using the DEX code, it's something that's new to us. As we're using the DEX code, we for the first time will be able to directly link not only to a goal, but to an action item. And then I'll open it up to you, Willie, if you'd like to add on.
I just wanted to add that, we continue working with Tiffany and her team, and I definitely want to echo the DEX code. It's something that we are honing in on, and just wanted to work with our business team and budget department to ensure that not only by goal, but by action, that we are able to have those tie-ins so that when information is needed for reporting, transparency, and otherwise, that information is readily available.
Just kind of want to piggyback off of what you said, Dr. Rodriguez, for our stakeholders. How are we holding ourselves accountable to making sure we're making actual progress and not just changes to our LCAP goals?
Sure. So the matrix, so on the very front page or front portion of each one of the goals is the matrix that we're using to then determine level of implementation. So just to be clear, that piece is actually reflective of the current goals, and then we're making changes. So we don't necessarily make the changes to then be able to say, oh, we met implementation. But those categories are looking at whether or not we actually implemented them. So if you remember the mid-year, we were looking at what percentage of goals or actions was actually implemented, and the money, that was the piece that was off. But we are shifting some of the goals for the 25-26 school year, but we don't have the ability to switch the 24-25. So the actual matrix and the implementation percentages is actually built off of the 24-25. So we can't just unilaterally change it to make ourselves look better. We can change next year based on feedback, and so that's those changes that you see. But each goal, if you look at the next few pages after the first part of the goal, those are all based on current actions and current goals and current matrices for that school year.
Any other questions? All right, so regarding the equity multiplier, the schools that are being removed, will they still receive an allocation of funding or not? I wasn't clear about that.
So with the equity multiplier schools, they were identified. If they had unspent funds, then those funds are still earmarked for that particular school, and they will continue to put together or implement the 24-25 strategies that they identified. So they'll continue working on that. We do have several of our schools that were continued. They were re-identified. And so that's where we've also memorialized the 24-25 unspent into their school plans, because there still needs to be a tracking. This is a new funding source. And Willie, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't really received a lot of guidance from the CDE. And so we need to continue to make sure that we're tracking and that we are ensuring that the actions are being completed, and we're also expending those funds properly.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none, I would now like to close the public hearing. Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, item 8.6, public hearing on proposed dedication of a portion of Stockton Adult School campus sidewalk to the City of Stockton easement. I would like to open the public hearing. And is there a report? All right.
Good evening, President Stevens, Board, Dr. Rodriguez. So this public hearing is just the City of Stockton has asked the district to dedicate a small portion of the corner of our Stockton Adult School to help with the Miracle Mile improvements. It's a revitalization program that dedicated $20 million to the City of Stockton from an assembly bill. And they've done a whole revitalization plan, sort of like a master plan for the Miracle Mile, whole entire sidewalks, just for safety, and new storefronts, bollards, new planters, et cetera. So this will be like a blinking crosswalk down by the Stockton Adult School. Yeah, it's on the Stockton website too, if anybody ever wanted to look at the report. It's very nice, and I hope it comes to fruition.
Public testimony? All right, none. Any comments from trustees? All right, hearing none, I would now like to close the public hearing. All right, item 9.1, approval of the first reading of Board Policy 5131, Conduct and Board Policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with 2 absent, Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva.
Item 10.1, Board Committee Reports. Abby will read the oral announcement, and Christina will be the timekeeper of 3 minutes.
This is the opportunity to hear any reports from board committees specifically regarding prior or upcoming committee meetings. There will be a 3-minute limit per report. First committee report is the Board Policy Committee by Trustee Shauna Priest.
Yes, we met, we had a quick meeting about our cell phone policy, changing for students next year. It was great that we had, sorry? Yes, 40 stakeholders give their input. I was really excited to hear that our students actually gave their input as well, and were probably a little bit more tight, I guess, with the rules. They're a little tougher than we were in regards to the cell phone policy coming up next year. But it's great that we have students and staff on board, and really looking forward to a positive school year next year.
Next committee is the Budget Oversight Committee by President Kenitha Stevens.
I'm going to defer to Trustee Colon.
Good evening. We had a great Budget Committee meeting. We talked about we got a grant update. So that's exciting to know that we're in the hunt for grants that are going to support various different aspects of services. So everything from CTE to our busing. There's a lot that are out there. Looks like we've been awarded, or we got an update on some of the newer awards. So for cybersecurity pilot program, 1.5 million, and a hotspot grant. So this one is providing the district with federal funding for 90% of the cost of those services. Some things that we have submitted. Looks like we're submitting some things to help us with our Skills USA travel expenses. So we are submitting a grant for that type of funding. And San Joaquin A+ for work-based learning, grants to help our paid internships for students. So those are just some of the things that we talked about for the grants. So great work there. We also had a really interesting review of our Moody's rating, which is directly a result of our sales of our bonds. So we wanted to, or Moody's rating will tell us if we look favorable or not, as folks are looking to buy our bonds. And I'm trying to open up the item because I want to quote what our rating is. So one moment here, I'm going to open it up. So it looks like Moody's has affirmed that the district's A1 issuer rating and the AA3 rating, which gives us, I want to make sure I'm quoting it correctly. So it shows that we are at a solid financial position, and that we are, that gives us a favorable look to folks when they are looking to whether our bonds are secured and favorable to purchase. That was very interesting topic to learn about. And then we did go over our federal programming monitoring and the May revise, which a little bit we talked about during the budget presentation we had. So the good news with the federal programming monitoring is that this year we had a positive rating. We didn't have any significant findings. So again, I think overall the information that we talked about at the budget committee just shows that there's, the hard work is paying off. We're looking favorable and we're trending in the right direction. Thanks.
Next committee is Transformative Justice and Safety and Student Conduct Committee by Trustee Isabel Perez.
Good evening. So one of the things that was discussed at the Transformative Justice and Safety was reinstatement of the Office of Violence Prevention Peacekeeper Program. So there was a lot of debate going back and forth on whether or not this program would be suitable for our schools at this time. There's still a lot to go over and look back on to make a decision, but I believe we agreed to come back and some more information is going to be provided to us so that we can make a thorough decision on moving forward, if that's the choice. And then also we went over the Senate Bill 531 with Ms. Karen Coleman. And I don't remember a lot of what we talked about there. However, we do have a document that was shared with us. So it was for student mental health education to help empower young Californians with mental health challenges by requiring all California students in grades 1 through 12 to be provided with age-appropriate mental health and education. And that's it.
Last committee report is Black Students Thrive by President Kenita Stevens.
Sure, thank you. So we met in May. We had a presentation from Dr. Rodriguez looking at the update of all of our programs working together. So talking about how our African American students' graduation rate has jumped up 2.7%. Talking about how that works together with our RFPs that we currently have, and then looking at the support that we're providing to the teachers. And then our next meeting will be August 21st, and we look forward to seeing all of you there. All right, item 10.2, brief reports on trustee activities. Abby will read the oral announcement, and Christina will be the timekeeper of 3 minutes.
This is the opportunity for each trustee to make a brief announcement or to give a brief report on their own recent activities at the district pursuant to the Brown Act Government Code Section 54954.2A3. There will be a 3-minute limit per report.
Starting off with Trustee Perez.
I don't have anything to report.
All right, Trustee Priest.
Hello, everyone. I want to first start off by saying that as a trustee for Stockton Unified, I am deeply committed to the power of public education to uplift every student through equitable access, holistic support, and shared responsibility within our community. While I recognize and respect the presence of diverse educational options across our city, it is important to acknowledge that the data consistently highlights Stockton Unified as a district that offers greater stability, stronger support for educators, and more transparent use of resources, all in service of our student success. I had a wonderful time celebrating with School for Adults, administration, staff, stakeholders, and district leadership at their graduation ceremony. With the majority of on-site graduations happening the following week on the same day, I was grateful to be able to attend celebrations at El Dorado, Commodore, and Hoover. It was truly inspiring to witness the brilliance of our students being honored and uplifted by their families, educators, and community supporters. A special moment was for me joining in the recognition of our African American Black graduates alongside district leadership, fellow board members, and our dedicated stakeholders. These moments remind us of the power of education and the importance of showing up for one another. I look forward to continuing to build meaningful relationships with incredible communities that we serve. I would like to give a congratulations to our 2025 graduates, and as always, I'm grateful for the experience and the opportunity to serve our schools. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Colon?
Good evening. So in the last few weeks here, there's been a lot of different activities. It's been really nice to go around and visit some of the different school sites as we're closing up the year. One of the things that have been highlighted for me, in addition to the graduation, all the celebrations, I really enjoyed spending time with our ethnic studies teachers, and I learned more about our Native American Studies program at STAG. But that was really interesting, that our teachers are from the community and they're able to share this or teach this to our students. It's just one example of the different ethnic studies classes that we have. I was also invited to lead a tour for our teachers in ethnic studies and other community supporters of Barrio Chivo, which is an area in East Stockton that my family is from. So I was really proud to bring over kind of a large map and share some stories that were passed down to me about Barrio Chivo and the families that live there, and to actually walk around that, what would have been the neighborhood. And I learned that the teachers, they not only appreciated that, but they were relating to the area, knowing how they can then relate it back to the students. And I just thought, what a wonderful way to learn more about students so that they can connect to the students and build a stronger relationship and just make that education experience much more stronger. I also attended our Stockton Scholars Rooted and Rising event on Saturday, which so many of our SUSD graduates were able to receive a scholarship from Stockton Scholars. So that's an annual $1,000 grant if they're scholarship if they're going to college or university, or $500 if they're going to a community college. It's also $500 if they're going into a trade for an apprentice program. So there were so many of our students there. It was a good attended event. It's always a special time to recognize our seniors. Just another way of showing them that the city cares enough to support their education. And then just today, we were at the State of the City, so another opportunity to highlight Stockton Unified. We had a couple wonderful tables. Folks were approaching me, and as well as others. They can see the difference. They're really happy with the way that progress is going here in the district, from everything from the services that we provide to our students' graduation rates. It was really heartwarming to hear some of the sincere compliments that we were receiving as a district. So I'm just looking forward to continuing on. Also, I'm looking forward to visiting a few summer camps. So our ELOP summer camps, I'm looking forward to doing that too. Thank you.
You actually made it with a few minutes left over this time. We'll give you those minutes back for next time, okay? Okay, so I'm just excited that we have made it through another school year. I'll say ditto to many of the events, but I do just want to stress the point that we have seen many gains and many opportunities here this year around, and I think a lot of that is based upon us having leadership to make sure that we can move the district forward. I think that takes all of the staff here, right, having that right component of leadership that trickles down to our staff here. So we're moving forward in the right direction. I think we can see the change and we can feel the change, and if we look at our data, we can see the gains that we're actually making as a school district. So I just want to say kudos for the hard work that's actually been moving forward. And next school year, we look forward to bigger and better gains. So just remember the work that we do. Remember our why. The reason that we show up every single day for our kiddos is to make sure that we're building high quality education and giving our kids the opportunity to thrive in the areas that they see best for themselves. So we look forward to a bigger and better and stronger year for next year. And thank you to the staff that kind of stood by and made sure that across the board, we're doing the things that really matter for our kids. So hooray to another school year. Didn't expect clapping for that. Moving on to Trustee Zanair.
I love going after President Stevens. Good evening, everyone. I had planned to go to 15 graduations promotions, and I was only able to go to 11. But I gone to 2 of my elementary schools for Area 5, all 3 for Area 5 high schools, and then all 4 comprehensive high schools. So I'm really happy to be a part of those celebrations. Some other graduations I want to highlight is the San Joaquin Building and Construction Trades Council. I got to attend with Trustee Priest for their first ever all-women cohort for their apprentice readiness program graduation. This is celebrating these women who are planning on going into the trades industry, such as plumbing, pipe fitters, electrical workers. So it's really exciting to be a part of that for the first time. And then also joining the Black graduation hosted by the Black Educators Association of Stockton Unified at Chavez High School. I really love going to this this graduation because it's a very special graduation for our students and also their families. May was a really busy month for me, so I'm just going to go down the list and try to say a little bit about it. So in the middle of May, I went to Weber Tech's Spring School Counselor Advisor Council. The council team had invited me to share their achievements with their students, families, admin, and stakeholders, and we also reviewed results from Weber's school data and discussed future programs. And so the next day, the parents had invited me to go to their Weber Teacher Appreciation Lunch, where the parents got to serve food for all the teachers and some of the students there. And then joining a couple of trustees here, I went to the Stockton Unified Native American Indian Studies community meeting at Stagg High School. Much of the curriculum, I'm really excited to hear that the curriculum is supported by statewide curriculum teaching about California Native tribes, and also just a major appreciation to the ethnic studies teachers and specifically to Specialist Aldrich Sabak for inviting me. I also attended Washington Elementary's Lunch on the Lawn. I was invited by Principal Alston, and I was really happy to speak with parents and the librarian there, knowing that they haven't had a librarian staffed at that school, and finally they do. So it was really great to hear all the good things that they are doing with that library. Another event I went to is my first time attending the Stockton Pupil Personnel Association Professional of the Year Retiree Dinner. Some highlights there were just seeing some of the students being recognized for some scholarships that they received, and also meeting some of the counselors and hearing about their stories. And then lastly, I had attended a Zoom meeting to hear more about community schools. This was a town hall hosted by the Stockton Teachers Association, and it was really great to learn more about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Tenaire. All right, moving on to item 10.3, approval of expenditure for the Stockton Unified School District Board member, superintendent, and 3 executive assistants to attend the California School Boards Association, CSBA, Annual Education Conference in Sacramento, California, on December 3rd to December 5th of 2025. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
All right, second by Trustee Tenaire. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Tenaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva absent.
Item 11.1, Superintendent's Report, Panorama Survey Infographic, and SUSD Retirement Celebration Video.
Yeah, thank you so much. So something that's been important for us is to continue to elevate student families and staff voices. So something that we started last year was the Panorama Survey. So hopefully will be coming up soon. We did release this, so staff received it a couple weeks ago. Something that I am proud of is when we ask people to do a survey, we want to actually take action on the survey results, right? So what we often find is if we continue to do surveys, but then we do nothing with it, the number of participants will actually decrease. This year, we actually saw that over almost 800 additional people took the survey. So we had more families and we had more staff than ever that took the survey. So something that I am a big proponent on is just celebrating growth. So we want to continue to celebrate growth. What we have found, and this infographic shows it, is that we are making more progress with staff with teachers and parents percentage-wise than children, and so we need to continue to focus on the child's experience. So we're working a lot about building capacity of adults, but we also need to be highly reflective of what is the environment in which our students are invested in. And so we made some growth, but that kind of leads to both our emerging themes. So we are seeing some increases in student-teacher relationships. That's important. Again, it's an interesting phenomenon that our families and teachers feel that that connection is growing and higher than our students. So again, what are our adults feeling that perhaps our students are not feeling at the same proportion? We are addressing safety concerns. We hear that significantly. We've invested in that. And so we are seeing some pretty strong growth in that area. And then obviously sense of belonging is important. Again, we're seeing that more with staff than we are with students and families. And then, as always, we must, if we go to the second page, we must always look at opportunities and challenges and how do we now incorporate this. So one thing that you heard with our LCAP is that we changed it from just whole child, whole family, whole community. So again, how are we looking at whether it's barriers to engagement or growth mindsets of our teachers or feeling a sense of growth mindset or school climate with our students? How do we incorporate that into our daily plans so that we are, in fact, supporting our students? And we always look at our vulnerable student populations because we want to make sure that we are pacing, right? That we are looking at what we are doing in the system, is it improving the system as a whole, and also our vulnerable students as well. And so our hope is to continue to listen and to continue to focus on the three things that are down at the bottom, because consistency is key. I keep saying it's not really about what we do in 1 year. It's not really even what we've done in 2 years, but what are we going to do in 3 and 4 and continue on, because people will invest when people feel that they can depend on what people are saying. And so we are going to continue to focus on engagement and voice, well-being and strengthening relationships, and safety, as we heard even tonight. And then now just on to our retirement. So our retirement event is always a really wonderful event. So whether it's Abby, Yvette, Christina, you should see it's almost like a wedding there. The first time I saw it, it was, I was like, wow, you guys do it up for retirement, and they really do. So people come all jazzed up. It's a really wonderful event. We had it at the golf course this year, and people really felt special and said that it was a great thing. We wanted to share that with everyone so that people could actually see it. So here's a glimpse of that event.
Stockton Unified School District celebrates the retirees of 2025.
We're so proud of the legacy that these educators are providing. So they really have had a multi-generational impact. And so today, this is just a little piece of our appreciation for them, our appreciation for the hard work that they've done all these years.
Congratulations to 111 retirees.
The biggest thing is just every year seeing all my students, almost all of them getting accepted to four-year colleges. Some of them got accepted to lots of them.
Each child has their own personality, and each child has their own goals that they want to make. And it's my job to encourage them to reach for those goals.
Well, we used to do community-based instruction every day, so we'd go out in the community every single day, go to different places, have fun.
Mr. Arthur Coleman is retiring as a music teacher after 44 years.
Oh, it's just time. My wife's been out for 2 years, and it's time for us to go travel when everybody else at work.
What will retirees miss most?
Teaching kids how to read. I really loved being a reading specialist. Working with the people. Yes, all my coworkers, everybody in the building.
Congratulations to all. In Stockton, Melinda Meza for the Stockton Unified School District.
There are some faces on video we hate to see go, right? All right, moving on to item 11.2, approval of the purchase of K-12 Insight Solutions for Customer Service and sustain a stakeholder agreement subscription for 1 year, starting July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva absent.
All right, item 11.3, the board will now take consideration for the approval of the Associate Superintendent of Business and Operations Employment Agreement for Dr. Michelle Huntoon. The Brown Act requires a governing board prior to the final action on a employment agreement to orally report the monetary provisions of employment agreement for the local agency executives. The Associate Superintendent of Business and Operations is a local agency executive position, and the proposed employment agreement is before us this evening. The proposed agreement will be for the term to commence on July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028, at an annual salary of $275,000. The Associate Superintendent will also receive the same health and welfare benefits provided to other classified management positions at an estimate cost of $25,000 per year. The Associate Superintendent will incur 12 sick days per year, and the district will provide membership dues in the Association of the California School Administrators and of one other organization, and reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses as permitted by district policy. Is there a motion to approve the Associate Superintendent of Business and Operations Employment Agreement for Dr. Michelle Huntoon? Oh, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Trustee Zenair. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva absent.
Item 12.1, ratification of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Excel Interpreted LLC for special education and for language development office for the 24-25 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.2, approval of the K through 8th and secondary school waiver requests in order to increase minutes in the school day per the contract waiver process, article number 27. Contract exception for the Stockton Unified School District and SCA contract agreement for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.3, approval of the 25-26 Migrant Education Program Federal District Service Agreement, DSA, with the San Joaquin County Office of Education, SJCOE. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.4, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Huckleberry Consultants, Inc. to provide esports, line staff, and curriculum for students enrolled in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.5, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with America's Healthcare Staffing, Inc., doing business as America's Educational Staffing to provide direct services to students with medical and healthcare needs for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program for the 25-26 school year through a piggyback contract. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.6, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with the Table Community Foundation to provide line staff and direct services to students enrolled in the ELOP before school, after school, intersessions, and summer school for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.7, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Point Quest Pediatric Therapies LLC to provide direct services to students with medical and healthcare needs and Expanded Learning Opportunity Program for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, seconded by Trustee Priest. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
And Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.8, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with the Stepping Stones Group, LLC, to provide direct services to students with medical and healthcare needs and Expanded Learning Opportunity Program for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.9, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with the University of the Pacific Jacoby Center to provide line staff and direct services to students enrolled in the ELOP before school, after school, intersession, summer for Expanded Learning Opportunity Program for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.10, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with the YMCA to provide line staff, direct services, sports programming, sports activities, mentoring for the extended day and year Expanded Learning Opportunities for the 24-25 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion? What does the mentoring look like for this particular item? And who will be the mentors? Hello. Oh, there you go.
I got it. Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So we have athletic mentors. They're going to be those that support our students for intramurals. So this is tied into, because we do have our organizations who also provide direct services just for after-school general enrichment and academic support. And then we also have a focus on just intramural sports, sportsmanship, social, emotional, check-ins with the students, how to interact with your peers, if you lose a game, how to process your emotions, and just having some even one-on-ones pretty much when we have some tough days with our 7th and 8th grade students, because it is for 3rd through 8th grade for that focus. We do have staff who are like collegiate level and are very skilled in sports that focus on supporting our students in that area.
And the mentoring, that'll also be for the entire school year, not just for
That are
the
these
summer?
individuals that we're speaking, when we say direct staff, these are the individuals
Got it.
that's being hired.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
All right, item 12.11, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with El Concilio, California, to provide line staff for lunch recess and after-school student support for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, extended day year for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.12, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Brains Motion, Inc., to provide line staff for recess and after-school student support for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, extended day year for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.13, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Coast to Coast Coaching, Inc., doing business as Elevo, to provide line staff for lunch recess and after-school student support for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, extended day year for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.14, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Rainbow Chefs Academy to provide culinary education to students enrolled in the ELOP programs and license for online lesson plans and student activities. Is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.5, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Lift Enrichment LLC to provide culinary education to SUSD students enrolled in the ELOP programs. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Danair?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.16, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Work Ed LLC to provide esports, line staff, and curriculum for students enrolled in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.17, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Legacy Sports, the Table Community Foundation to provide intramural sports programming, sports activities, mentoring, social-emotional development for students enrolled in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, second by Priest. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.18, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Turlock Sports Park, Inc. to provide intramural sports programming, sports activity, and social-emotional development for students enrolled in Expanded Learning Opportunities for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.19, approval of an agreement to furnish consultant services with Alivo to provide intramural sports programming, sports activities, mentoring, and social-emotional development for students enrolled in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, for after-school, spring break, fall break, and summer school for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion?
I just want to say I appreciate all the growth that ELOP is experiencing, and this just shows that we're ready for an awesome year. So kudos.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote.
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 12.20, approval to adopt and purchase a Mirror Learning Universal Screener licenses and professional development. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion? Roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes?
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 13.1, ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Stockton Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Stockton Transportation Chapter 885 regarding the summer attendance MOU and approval of the required financial public disclosure forms that assess the financial impact of the agreement. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 13.2, ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Stockton Unified School District and the Stockton Unified School District and the Stockton Teachers Association, STA, regarding the 25 school year learning programs and the approval of the required financial public disclosure forms that assess the financial impact of the agreement. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes?
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Denier?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 13.3, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Stockton Unified School District, the California School Employees Association, and its Delta Valley Chapter 821 regarding work permits. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 13.4, approval of the updated Director of Expanded Learning job, approval of the updated Director Expanded Learning job description with a revised salary schedules to reflect the reclassification from classified management to certificated management. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes?
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No.
Trustee Priest?
No.
Motion fails 3-2 with Trustee Perez and Priest voting no and Trustee Flores and Trustee Silva absent.
Item 13.5, approval of the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 25-26 school year. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No.
Trustee Priest?
No.
Motion fails 3 with 2 noes from Trustee Perez and Priest and Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Item 13.6, approval of the new communications digital media producer job description, confidential salary schedule tier 4, range Q. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.1, approval of the vendor payments issued for the month of April 2025 as presented. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.2, approval of deductive change order number 3, guaranteed maximum price for the leaseback contract to Roland Builders, Inc. for the Stack High School Pool Repair and Replaster Project, RFP Q number 24.042. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens?
Yes.
Vice President Colon?
Yes.
Clerk Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Priest?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Okay, yeah. To go back to 13.5. Is there a speaker for 13.5?
Good evening. I'm Maria Valadez Munoz, Director with Human Resources. So the Declaration of Need is something that we bring forward every year. It allows the district to hire teachers in times of need, like now where we have to hire teachers on short-term permits. It's a one-year emergency permit, waivers. So it allows us to hire teachers that are working towards receiving their credential. So without that, we are not able to hire any teachers that we hire on permits.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
It also would impact current teachers that we have. And so we do have multiple teachers who are current STA members that we would have to release because we would not be able to offer them a waiver. And so it would not only impact new incoming teachers, it would impact current teachers that are in the district. And so I'd be willing to answer any questions to help support. It is something that every school district I know does approve each year, and it is something that we would be releasing current teachers if we do not pass this resolution.
About 70.
Okay, so what would that mean? We release 70 teachers and then what?
Every year we need about 70. That's what we're estimating. So that would be 7 vacancies or people that we wouldn't be able to hire.
7 or 70?
70, 70.
Okay.
It would be a huge negative impact.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Anderson, did you want to speak to 13.5?
Yeah, because I'm baffled why we wouldn't even consider this. I don't understand. So in order for teachers to become qualified, they need the experience in the classroom to do that. That's why we have these programs in the place. So these waiver programs are set so that somebody who's in, say, the county school trying to get their positions, this is what this is all about, so they can gain that experience. I want you to consider, and 70 is conservative, I want you to consider what that would do if we all of a sudden lost 70 plus teachers. And it's not like we don't monitor this. I know, because Glenda Lee and I, and we, and Shelley, we sit down, and if these teachers are not qualified to be here, then they're not here. That's what we do usually in February. So the ones that you have here have proven themselves and are still working and proving themselves every year. So it's absolutely stunning to me to hear that we're not going to be supporting these folks when we are desperate for teachers. And I will tell you, we're one of the few districts that's still hiring teachers. So I would really ask you to reconsider your vote, because this is an important part of what it's going to take for us to be able to serve our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so looking back at 13.5, is there anyone that would like to make a change, or would you like to allow your vote to stand?
I have a question.
All right,
Are we
go ahead.
only limited to the college and universities that are listed for the programs?
Do you want to come up to the mic and speak? Or Glenda, you want to take that one about the college and universities?
We work with any university that would want to work with us. We basically take any university. The list that's there, this is a document that we have to list all the universities we're accepting permits or waivers from. So anytime a teacher's on an intern or some kind of waiver, that means that they're going to college to finish their credential. And so they have to be attached to a university. But yes, we'll work with any university that sends us a teacher that's qualified and that gets interviewed and passes through all of our clearances.
Is there any way we can note that? Sure. To add that?
What are we noting? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
That we're willing to accept not just those listed here.
Yeah, and what you'll wind up seeing is we do individual waivers for every single person. So you will see future action items that link what university they're linked to as well. But we can note that in the minutes for sure. Thank you.
All right, so is there a vote, anyone changing votes, or are you keeping your votes the same? We have 3 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Yeah, I'll change my vote.
Okay.
I can change with that revision.
Okay. All right, so you want to call the votes again, Yvette?
Do
For
we have to do a new
13.5?
motion? There has to be a new motion.
Okay, I would like to, well, we need to amend it first, right? I would like to amend item 13.5. You want to call the motion?
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
Okay, so that's just the amending of the vote. Now we have to actually do the vote because that's just the amending. Item 13.5, I would like to make a motion to adopt the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 25 school year. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? I do. I think the discussion is whenever you all have doubt, ask the questions. We have the team in the building that can answer the questions. So if ever you're having those moments where you have questions or need clarity, this is the opportunity for us to do that. The board meetings are really centered around time for the board to do their job. So these meetings are about us and what we do for the district. So questions and comments are extremely important here. Or if not, before you get the agenda, you can always ask Superintendent questions, or she can reach out to some of her team for that too. So, all right, roll call vote.
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustee Flores and Silva absent.
All right, item 14.3, approval of the approval notice for completion of the Stagg High School Pool Replaster and Renovation Project, RFQ P number 24.042. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.4, roof hatch safety repairs. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.5, approval of an agreement for network switches for 14 school sites for the Camera 2.2 phase. Is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. Oh, second by Trustee Priest. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.6, approval to purchase Chromebooks for students at all Stockton school sites to maintain 2 devices to 1 student, 2-to-1 ratio. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All right, I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 14.7, adoption of resolution number 24-93, authorizing dedication of an easement to the city of Stockton. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second Stevens. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
President Stevens,
Yes.
Vice President Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Tener,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Priest.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Flores and Silva absent.
Item 17.1, I would like to adjourn the meeting at 8:41.
Trustees, can I ask that you please remain at the dais for signatures? All of you. Thank you.